Wait, the finals are actually here.
Yep.
Oh, what a freaking slugfest.
Your mother.
Do it yourself, jackass.
By American and Canadian copyright laws, any video clip shown within the podcast, be it with or without sound, is under fair use and fair dealing for purpose of our reactions. Also, prepare for salt mines to explode from all involved. Don't take what we say seriously, unless you are the El Cansador known as Antonio Brown.
Welcome to the shit show!
Hi, everybody.
The wish list is real!
What's wrong with real stuff?
I've been far gone, asshole!
And we are live. Welcome to what we have been waiting for months, and it is the 2023 Stanley Cup Final. It is finally upon us. My name is Red Rubber Duckwood. I am your somewhat gracious host. Down below me is the artist formerly known as Jonesy. And over on the bottom right corner is Danny Kugler. And over to my right is our very special guest. He's back, but just for a limited time, aka the Stanley Cup Final. It is Zep. Welcome.
Yay!
Idiot, glass and all.
Of course. Well, I have to be back because this year has been so much chaos.
Yes.
You gotta have the chaos. I'm enjoying this. Hope you guys are as well. Without further ado, let's get into this.
All right, so of course, this is going to be a pregame show. Here's how the Stanley Cup Finals watch parties are going to be working. We will be going live for 1 hour before puck drop, and then when that hour is up, we will be switching over to playback. It is a brand new platform that we are using. The great thing with platform is you get to watch the game along with us. It's really, really easy to do. All you have to do is create a playback account and fill in your information about your TV subscription. And then the rest is history. You get to watch it along with us. Much like we'll be watching this on my YouTube TV because Health doesn't want to put in his own TV devices. So, oh well, you get to deal with the crappy YouTube TV, which is 30 seconds behind everything else. So, there it is. So, now,
What's Health in Canada?
Yes, Health in
Canada. 30 years of no Stanley Cups.
Hey! That's the way
and they try to use an excuse. Well, most of our players are Canadian. Well, guess what? We stole them from you. How do you like that?
Tomorrow night, Seattle will try to steal the more.
Climates.
Hey, let me finish. Yep. Tomorrow night, Seattle will try to steal the Memorial Cup from them too.
Oh yeah, that's right. We will also be talking about the Memorial Cup because the Memorial Cup Final is tomorrow. It's the Quebec Ramparts taking on the Seattle Thunderbirds. And we get a chance to steal another trophy from Canada. We'll just have to wait and see.
But first, let me make a comment relating to
more
what
Canadian trophies. Lovely.
What Danny mentioned is that this is the conference finals for all Sun Belt. The Stanley Cup is all Sun Belt. We'll get into the previews in just a moment. Anything else you got before we get into that, Doug?
Second ever all Sun Belt Stanley Cup right after
let's
the bubble.
Preview the series, of course. I did mention that this is going to be a pregame show, so we might as well do this. So first up,
might as well do
talk
it
about the challengers. So, of course, we have the Florida Panthers. We all know what happened with them. They were down 3-1. They were on the ropes. They came back against the best regular season team in NHL history, knocking them out in the first round. And then the rest was history. They only lost one other game in the playoffs, which was against the Toronto Maple Leafs, Game 4. And then they swept the Florida Panthers.
Hurricanes.
No. They swept the Carolina Hurricanes.
It would be hard to sweep themselves.
Unless it's the Guardians. Unless it's the Cleveland
here's the
Guardians in
other-
baseball. Then you do that every single week. So anyways,
Hey.
the Florida Panthers, they make it into the playoffs, but they hardly got a chance to because the Pittsburgh Penguins, they had a firm grip on the playoff spot. All they had to do was beat the Blackhawks and beat the Blue Jackets, and guess how many points they got out of those?
0.
One
one?
out of
My bad.
1 out of 4
I forgot.
possible because they lost in OT to the
Because the Pittsburgh Penguins suck.
They lost in
Oh.
And somehow Pittsburgh is to blame not only for Florida, but for the Chicago Redacted getting Connor Bedard. God damn you, Pittsburgh.
But here's the thing about that. Not the Penguins did like when they lost against the Blackhawks, they basically gifted a playoff spot to Florida, and then the very next night the Islanders were also gifted a spot. On the other hand,
you're welcome, boys.
No, the
On the
Islanders
other-
gave it a spot, basically.
While
On
the
the other
Isles
hand-
didn't take advantage of their gift, Florida did.
On the other hand, thanks to the Penguins deciding at the worst possible time to refer to early season form, the plans of the Arizona Coyotes might have also been killed. Because think about this for a moment,
Yeah.
for those of you at home.
Nah, I don't think
Let's say
that's
Pittsburgh
a
makes-
reach.
Let's say Pittsburgh makes it in. Chicago loses. Florida could still clinch and be in. But on the other hand, that would lower the odds for Chicago and potentially increase the odds for a team like Arizona. Arizona, basically a clown car in disguise as a hockey team. Prove me
Arizona
wrong.
was never getting past Chicago. That's the problem. They were too high up in the odds. So that
What if
it
those
didn't
fates
matter.
change? What if those fates change?
Mhm.
No, they were. The thing is, they were not going to get better odds. I know what you're trying to say, but Arizona was locked into wherever they were. They were not getting past Chicago. They were not getting past Columbus. They were not getting past Anaheim. You see, they were too good to be shit and too bad to be in the playoffs. They were what we like to call mediocre, even if they were below 500. As I
Here's
just
the
got
other
to
part
have.
about this that
Yeah, they
interests
were.
me. Florida, so far, has faced, including this round, has faced 3 division winners. Carolina, division winner, would technically be considered a 2 seed in the conventional playoffs. Boston, Vegas, both 1 seeds in their conferences. And Toronto, I believe, if my notes are right, they would be considered a
Right.
3 in the conventional 1 through 8. So they faced
No, New Jersey was the 3. I'm pretty sure Toronto was the 4. Let me verify
way,
this real
they
quick.
faced no lower than a 4 seed this entire playoffs, and other than Boston and Toronto, who finally got over that playoff hump, only to crash and burn. Basically, Florida's had their way. They lure Boston into a bear trap. Bear trap kills them.
Boston
They lure
was-
Toronto
yep.
into a false sense of hope. And Toronto experiences what they have in the first round since 2004.
Mhm.
Hope
Yep.
disintegrates. But what about Carolina? They're a deep run team, surely, with the combination of Brad Burns, Martin Natchez, Shane Gostisbehere, all of that. So they'll be able to do it. 4 games, all knows. Florida is writing the greatest Cinderella story in the history of the NHL. And all
Yeah.
thanks
To those Pittsburgh Penguins.
to,
To the Pittsburgh Penguins.
well,
Boston
Pittsburgh
was-
for helping them get in, but thanks to one man, well, 2 if you count Kachuk, Sergei Bobrovsky.
Bobrovsky!
Sergei Bobrovka.
Playoff Bob, in this case, has meant stopping everything that moves. He has regained Vezina form during these playoffs, something that has eluded him throughout his whole career. In the regular season, though, you would have thought he was in playoff form. So, in this case, the card's been flipped. Will Bobrovsky be able to do it? So,
here's the funny thing. Even in that Boston series, he was not really doing the best. It was after the Toronto series, and I'm pretty sure it's when, they forgot about him at the arena that he had to walk back to the hotel on his own. I heard that story came out recently. So that's what's been the main driving behind playoff Bob. Boston was a 1, Toronto was a 4, and Carolina was a 2 seed here this year in the Eastern Conference. Unfortunately, as I was saying, Arizona, they had 70 points, so they had way too many points to even get as far down as some of the other people did. But it did kind of screw up a bit of Columbus Plains and all that. I think Arizona. I think you can't really put the Chicago-Pittsburgh game as for the Coyotes vote being going down, because when it comes to the Coyotes, they only put up $250,000 for the yes votes. You know what the opponents did, which was a bunch of grassroots local. So basically, people that live in Tempe. So the Tempe resident lobbyists, as well as unions who weren't sure if they were going to get the job building the arena. Well over $2.5 to $2.5 million. That is over 8 to 10 times the amount that the Coyotes put up. So even if the Coyotes did somehow land Bedard, I don't even think Bedard would have saved that Tempe vote. So now I think the best thing that they should try to do is because the Suns have a new owner, maybe talk to the Suns about getting into the Footprint Center that the Coyotes used to play there way back in the day, or. And I know the day after the vote happened, I was talking with Lucy, and we were looking around plots of land. You can try for some areas in Phoenix if you can buy the land. Same with Mesa. There's a lot of areas in Mesa you can go to. Your only issue is going to be NIMBYs, but there is an area in Mesa that is right next to a bunch of businesses and all that, which may help. Or you can just go down and try to get something in Tucson where the AHL team is located. But the Coyotes days, I think, regardless, were numbered. So one team in the desert is numbered, but another team that's in the desert is still showing that they are the most successful expansion team in NHL history, and that's the Vegas Golden Knights.
If the Eastern Conference has been the cursed earth, Vegas City 1 has been the Western Conference. My goodness. Vegas, it felt like 2017 all over again. You hack off a limb, they still plow through. You hack off another limb, they still plow through. This team has dealt with injuries up and down the board, especially in the key position, goaltending.
I'm pretty sure they've used 6 or 7 goaltenders this year, which, may I remind everyone, as a Devils fan, we used 7 goalies last year, and we ended up with the number 2 overall pick. Vegas uses like 6 or 7 goalies this year, and they're in the Cup Finals, hosting the Cup Finals because they had the best record in the Western Conference. And they had the best record in the Western Conference. I think they were tied for the 4th best record.
They're another interesting team for 2 reasons. One, that initial team they faced, Winnipeg, somebody may or may not have actually been able to do something this year and lost $5.
Zap. Good thing it was only $5.
Yeah, it was actually through sports betting that my father tried to get me into.
Nice.
But there's a reason why I don't do that. Anyway, so Winnipeg, sleeper team. You think maybe they might get their stuff together in time? Vegas completely breaks them. And I don't mean like defeats them. I mean like cause their coach to rip them level breaking.
Connor Hellebuck to the New Jersey Devils confirmed.
The Connor Hellebuck to what's a horrible team for goaltending?
Philadelphia Flyers.
That team confirmed. So they get past Winnipeg in 5 games, probably the shortest series in the first round. So then you think, okay, they're going to have some trouble against Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl and the Murray Band that is the Edmonton Oilers. Plus, they lose their number one goalie, the Brent Brossois. Then, here's where the chaos of the East shows up in the West. Adin Hill.
Adin freaking Hill.
Who we thought was maybe like a fringe NHL goaltender, had been with Arizona, had been with San Jose.
I think you're a little around too early when we're talking about Adin Hill. I mean, Adin Hill did do good in the last few games of the series, but I mean, you still had Leon Draisaitl going God mode and scoring 2 to 3 goals a night in that Edmonton series.
And then Adin Hill said no
in the last game of the series. But Adin Hill definitely goes off against Dallas, who is the opponent in the third round, a rematch of the bubble Western Conference Finals.
And better yet, they're facing one of the notably best goaltenders in the league, Jake Ottinger, who came this close to willing the Dallas Stars last year. This year, they actually had this thing called offense.
Crazy.
But unfortunately, it was not enough to get past the wall of Hill. You read that one, Sharks fans? You're regretting that pick. Good.
Mm-hmm.
So, this post-chaos out of the East, Cursed Earth. Mega City 1, Vegas. The absolute behemoth that they are. And it happened for years. So it is the unstoppable force versus the immovable object.
I will say, when it comes to the Panthers, there has been a lot of parallels between them and the 2010 Kings. The only issue is now the Panthers will not be beating a team that's coached by Peter DeBoer.
They already did.
All right.
Right.
No, So if they want to channel the inner 2012 Kings, that can't happen. So now we need to see what happens if they'll win the cup or not when it comes to the Kings. But I mean, I consider, unless we're going to consider it as a team that was once coached by Peter DeBoer when it comes to Vegas. So I don't know. We'll see. But I do know the CHL did tweet out the first player in CHL history to win the David Branch Player of the Year, the Top Scorer Award, and the Top Draft Prospect Award in the same season. And his name is Connor Bedard.
Yeah.
Connor Bedard sweeping CHL hardware.
But getting back to the NHL, who will be looking at Connor Bedard as a potential number 1 pick. On the other end of that scale, Florida and Vegas. These are two very interesting teams. Because again, we've counted out Florida how many times when they were down 3-1 against Boston, when Toronto looked like it actually had life against them, when the Canes took it to 4, almost 5 overtimes. In each case, Florida has slammed the door on any possible chance they have had. This team is, dare I say, what I thought the Islanders were a couple of years ago. There's maybe one star, except that they actually have a star player, and so on. They're a team where you look and you go, there's no way these guys should be this far. There's no way. And then you actually look at the way they're playing, the cohesion they have, and it's borderline unbeatable. And then, of course, you get past, the 4 forward lines, the six defense. Then you get to Sergei Bobrovsky.
Or as Chuck calls him, Sergei Bobovka.
Or as Jay Onray would call him, Bobrovsky!
In the last series in the series against Toronto, he put up a save percentage north of 930. Remind you, this was against Toronto, a team desperate to do something deeper in the playoffs. Got stonewalled repeatedly. And then they swept the Hurricanes.
Crazy.
I tried to whistle brass bonanza there.
Unfortunately, the brass there is very sad.
Don't worry. Oh, don't worry. We got it.
Oh, you've got something?
On the other side.
You've got something? All right.
Still play, bud. All right, that's enough.
Yeah.
That's enough.
Again, this has been a team that you can count out over and over again. You can take away lanes from Matthew Tkachuk. All of a sudden, there's Carver Hagee. Trying to stop the top line, you got Sam Bennett and company to deal with. And then, of course, there's Sasha Barkov.
Alexander Barkov.
This is a team which is, dare I say, underratedly stacked. The only problem is, for them, they're going up against a team that is cup or bust. Vegas.
It's going to be fun.
Vegas is another team that just kind of wows me because all the injuries they dealt with, and they keep going. This is not 2017 bad, but look at the list that they had going at roughly the All-Star break. You had Brossoit out, Logan Thompson. He played, but then he went out. And Logan Thompson's still out, by the way. Robin Lehner, out. Mark Stone, out.
Yep.
Ray McNabb, out. And yet somehow, say it with me, they keep winning. If you look at the way they are built like what you expect of a team who went number one overall in the conference. Fleshed out in the bottom six, skilled in the top six, well-rounded defense, and then you get to the goaltending. I thought for sure they might go to Jonathan Quick at some point during these playoffs. At least when Laurent Brossoit went down with injury, they might. Instead, as we mentioned before, so enters Aiden Hill. What do you even say about that?
That's insane. All right. So we've previewed the Vegas Golden Knights. We previewed the Florida Panthers. In how many games?
This one's tough.
This is tough.
Because me personally, I can see. I can't see a sweep happening, but beyond that fourth game, it's tough.
And Florida's actually done well this playoff. When it comes
look who's just in time for predictions. It's Kirby.
I know Florida's done this well this playoff, coming off a bunch of rest. I did do some What If Sports stuff. What If Sports really doesn't like the Panthers. I will say
I don't think they like any team.
I know I did What If Sports between them and the 2012 Kings. I know they had the Kings eventually winning it. But I'm going to say this. This team does give a lot of similarities to those Kings team. I don't know who's going to win because both have good somewhat good teams, but I think it's probably going to be ending. I know last year we ended in 6, the year before ended in 5, and the year before that ended in 6. I know 19 went to 7, and 18, which was the last of the 5, went to 5. So we've had 2 5s, 2 6s, and 1 7. I don't think we're going to get a sweep, but I think this is going to end up going at least 6 or 7 again as well.
I got Florida man in 6.
I want to say Florida because nobody really likes Vegas. I think Florida in 6 or 7.
Yeah, Florida in 6.
The reason I think Florida, they just give me a Team of Destiny vibe.
I have this feeling, unfortunately, about Florida. The playoff Bob we knew and laughed at is going to show up at the worst possible time. Game 7 in overtime. 7 games, Vegas. But guys,
that's not
prepare
bad.
whatever caffeine you guys need, because I have a feeling this one's going more than distance. We may have to make sure the overtime button is fixed.
Oh, Lordy.
Check.
Yeah. Also, for what it's worth, I think EA Sports action in terms of the finals itself has actually been accurate the past couple. They picked the Lightning over the Habs, and they picked the Avalanche over the Lightning last year.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Zepp, it's nice to see you back.
Who'd they pick this year?
And good news, everybody. The overtime button has been fixed. The problem is, if you hit it too many times, it still might break.
I have to go with the better goaltending. I have to go with Bobrovsky. I have to go with Vezina Bobrovsky.
Think the Florida Panthers?
Yep.
How many games?
I have to go Vezina Bobrovsky in 6.
Well, if we're going to be looking at the stats of the teams in
Jonesy, I haven't made any predictions yet.
Go ahead, sorry.
All right, so I talked about this during a show on Sports Power Talk on WZIP 88.1 University of Akron's radio station, and we just shot a Hockey Talk podcast with a couple of Blue Jacket buddies of mine. We all had the series going 7 games because it looks like that kind of a series, and I think it's going to be the Florida Panthers that prevail. Now I got one more question before I introduce the charities. Who do you think is going to win the Conn Smythe?
I'm going to say, oh man, this is actually tough because Matt Tkachuk has been really good. Him and Bobrovsky, that's a tough choice.
If Bobrovsky has a little bit of an off series, but the Panthers still win, easily going to Tkachuk. But if Bobrovsky goalies the shit out of Vegas, I would have to give it to Bob.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, looking at the stats, actually, I will get back to you. I need to do some counting.
Ekblad,
yep. Wow.
Ekblad as a dark horse.
But the kind of series he's playing,
yeah.
Enough.
Ekblad has been playing very good in the last few series, so I could see him winning Conn Smythe.
Again, the underrated play, it wouldn't be flashy enough, I think, but if they're looking at the way he's been contributing, I can see that. For me, it's a very tough decision because, again, I picked Vegas. Part of me wants to go with the story of Aiden Hill, how basically took the Knights on his back and they rode him all the way here. But I can't rule out Mark Stone. He has been, dare I say, one of the best players for Vegas. Mm-hmm. On the ice, off the ice. This dude has led them. He came from the Ottawa Tire Fire here to Vegas, and he led them in a way that Ottawa just passed on. And this playoffs has proven, give him the opportunity, he will lead you. He will will your team. And the score sheet itself shows that this guy has been showing up, but on and off the ice, this guy definitely deserves it. To me,
for Vegas, I'd probably
before
it was
everybody else
me
makes their
for
predictions,
Vegas.
Gary Bettman's on the TV screen. Please feel free to boo him.
Also, for Vegas, I feel like for me, it's either Jack Geico or Will the Wild Bill.
Or William Karlsson. That's not bad.
Oh, by the way, the NLL decider just started. Buffalo, you better fucking win this game. Buffalo, you better win this fucking game.
So
that's all
Buffalo it's the Buffalo Bandits and Valor's favorite team, Colorado Mammoth, in a rematch of last year's final. It's in a deciding game 3.
Yep.
While Buffalo looks
Buffalo, you better fucking
win
this.
I have done some looking, and the Panthers are 8-1 on the road this playoffs. The Knights are 6-3 at home.
Yeah. Doug, I didn't catch that. Who do you have for Conn Smythe in this series?
For Conn Smythe, if it's going to be a goalie battle, I don't see a goalie win. If it's going to be I just don't know. With the high scoring teams and the goalies, it's going to be tough. But I think it could be Matthew Tkachuk at the very end.
Another interesting note, because we mentioned Bobrovsky. I just read the stats. They put them up. I'm watching the one of the broadcasts right now. This is the best a goalie has done since 2003. J.S. Jaguar.
Oh yeah,
Brodeur should have won that Conn Smythe.
Yeah, I have to agree. You get 3 shutouts in the final.
That's my Devil's bias showing up.
I, as a neutral of that, do not disagree. That's good but that was one you could. I think if anything, they should have shared it. I don't know if they've ever done that.
I don't think they have, but fair.
Jonathan Mastersaw also Vegas.
Jonathan Marchand, you can't forget him.
Fuck him. Oh, fuck him. I fucking hate that play.
What did he do to you?
Fuck. No, he's just a bitch. Sorry, it has to be said. He's a little bitch.
That's true.
Cite your sources.
That is true.
He does. He complains a lot. The way he talked about after that Game 7 against the Sharks, it's like, dude, you gave up 4 power play goals in 5 minutes. That lost you the game more than anything else.
Yeah,
it was even funnier
to win.
Also,
what's even funnier is that the following year, the following series, Colorado had a 5-minute major. The Sharks killed it off, so it can be done.
Yeah. Hey, at least you didn't pull a Brandon Hagel.
Yeah, thank God for
Brandon
that.
Hagel, for those of you who've forgotten by this point, after I think it was game about second intermission, I think it was game either 3 or 4. There was a 4-1 lead. The Lightning had, and Hagel's basically like, yeah, well, we're pretty good, so we kind of expected this, and then they blew it.
You blew it.
And not only did they blow that, but they blew the rest of the series.
Boy, you done blew it.
All right, so we made our predictions.
We asked Tampa to go to the church and forgive them for their sins, but unfortunately, they are too numerous, and Boston's already taken first dibs.
Also, can we rename VFL Wolfsburg to VFL Bottlesburg?
Why?
Because so
women's UCL.
So first off, the men could have gotten Europe. All they had to do was beat get a point out of a relegated Hertha Berlin. They lost. Took the early lead. They lost. And now the women in the UCL final took a 2-0 lead against Barcelona and lost. It's like this. It's like no matter which side it is, this organization.
Marshmallow, you are from Philadelphia. What are you doing wearing a Vegas shirt?
He's to make you ask questions.
He's the concert.
He's literally from Abington.
He's the concert person tonight.
Yeah, he's one of the headliners tonight.
I mean, hey, at least it's like showing up to a Lightning game in a Warriors jersey.
Also, speaking of the NBA, I gotta say, even though the Nuggets took the fourth quarter off, basically, they still won rather comfortably, and I gotta think their coach is not gonna be happy with how that happened.
Oh no, they're gonna be running laps around the court after that.
I have to say, after that, I have to think this is gonna be a gentleman's sweep.
It's a 7-game series for a reason, my friends.
Yeah, but you can't have that happen and just not expect a response. I think, and the thing of it is, to me, there's a lot of matchup problems the Miami Heat are going to have to negotiate.
But as we've seen, all playoffs, where there's a will,
there's a way.
This is also the first time the Heat. This is also the first time the Heat have trailed in a series all playoffs.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah, so this is going to be something new that they'll have to deal with.
All right, so I'm going to be posting we're just over 40 minutes away from the puck being dropped for Game 1 of the final. I'm going to be starring the links to both charities that we are doing here. It's going to be Clean Miami Beach and the Las Vegas Rescue Mission. So let's go over Clean Miami Beach, of course, for the Florida Panthers. They are a local nonprofit, and they host weekly beach cleanups and provide education about plastic pollution. Their effort will result in the Miami-Dade County community being free of garbage and harmful pollutants in the ocean, in the bays and beaches in the ocean. So there's one environmental cause, and the other is more about giving, and that's the Las Vegas Rescue Mission. Let me just pull them up. So since 1970, the mission has been providing food, shelter, and addiction recovery to those in need, and they helped hundreds of men, women, and children daily in the Las Vegas community, and they provide 30,000 meals each month to all the homeless and throughout the Las Vegas community. And they both are doing some amazing things, and that's why we want to give.
It is time for the Game 3 is about to begin. They have introduced the goalies. Matt Vince setting an NLL playoff record, his 45th game. Damn. Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. The NLL has not been around for a while, I think. Or am I confusing that with the PLL?
Yeah, you're confusing with the PLL. Which is interesting. The PLL and the other outdoor lacrosse league, the Major League Lacrosse, they merged. But I think it was more or less a takeover, I think, essentially.
Yeah, pretty much.
Got some news for tonight's game. Confirmed goalie matchup. Starting in net for the Florida Panthers, it will be Sergei Bobrovsky. And starting in net for the Western Conference champion Vegas Golden Knights, it will indeed be Aiden Hill.
Yes, the goalie matchup that we've wanted.
You ride the hot hand until you don't.
They say might play, might not play. He will be a game-time decision. No updates on the injury. E2 Lusterinen.
Oh yeah, he got injured. I think he got injured last season. And we are underway in North New York. The Bandits win the draw.
Okay, so let's go over some baseball scores because the Guardians tied it up in the top of the second because that's the thing. They always try to come back, but they usually don't win at the end. So Texas is leading
hold on. Let me cover the Tigers and the White Sox first. The White Sox beat the Tigers 2-1. All 3 runs were scored on wild pitches.
Based.
That's crazy.
So we do have the referee. So we have Game 5 of the Calder Cup's Western Conference Finals between Coachella Valley, the newest AHL team, and the Milwaukee Admirals. That, ladies, gentlemen, children of all ages, your refs are Cody Beach and Morgan McPhee, and the linesmen are Justin Johnson and Joseph Mahone. I'm not sure who leads what. I will need to confirm that.
Save. Trying to get an extra possession. The Mammoth get it again.
And the winner of the Coachella Valley and Milwaukee series will face the Hershey Bears. In the Calder Cup
Long range.
Finals.
So another save by Matt Vince. So now Buffalo gets it out the zone.
Hershey won in 6 after winning 1-0, I believe, in overtime in Game 6. Was it an overtime game? Yeah, no, it was third period. It was just it was
freaking and he scores. Buffalo draws first blood.
There you go.
Yeah.
Then so you have currently at intermission, so it's a 2-3-2. This game is in Milwaukee. The series is tied at 2. Milwaukee leads it 1-0 at the first intermission. This started at 7 p.m.
Also,
tonight.
Meanwhile, in the ECHL, the Kelly Cup Finals, they start tonight as well with 9:10 Eastern Time. It'll be the reigning defending undisputed Kelly Cup champions, the Florida Everblades, taking on the Brabham Cup champions, or in this case, the ECHL's President's Trophy, the Idaho Steelheads.
Referees there are Nolan Boyer, who's working his second Kelly Cup final, and Logan Gruhl, who's refereeing his first one. Linesmen are Brady Fagan. I had to catch myself there because there's multiple pronunciations you can use for that. This is Fagan's third. There's multiple pronunciations, but I believe it's Fagan. And then Brandon Grillo, who is he's the other linesman. He's making his first appearance. Tonight, we have in the Stanley Cup Finals, we have Game 1. Your referees are Dan O'Rourke and Wes McCauley. Oh, boy. This is going to be a shit show. And the linesmen are Johnny Murray and Scott Sherry. This is their 8th game together for McCauley and O'Rourke. The pairing worked They worked Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals and 2 and 5 of the Western Conference Finals. This is McCauley's 10th Stanley Cup Finals, while O'Rourke is officiating his 6th. Florida is 3-1 under this postseason under tonight's refs, while the Knights are 2-1. McCauley and O'Rourke handled this postseason. They had New Jersey, Carolina Game 1, Toronto, Florida Game 3, which was a Florida win, Seattle, Dallas Game 5, Vegas, Edmonton Game 6, which was a Vegas win and series win in round 2, along in the conference finals. They had Dallas, Vegas Game 2, which was a Vegas win, Carolina, Florida Game 4, which was a Florida win and series win, and Dallas, Vegas Game 5, which was a Dallas win in the conference finals. This is McCauley. So this will be McCauley's 14th playoff game, this playoff, and this will be O'Rourke's 13th of these playoffs. McCauley is also set to work his 200th Stanley Cup playoff game tonight, trailing only Kelly Sutherland, who has 228, in playoff games worked among active referees. The series officiating supervisor is Chris King. The standby official is Chris Rooney, and the standby linesman is Keel Murchison.
All right. And while we're going at this, I'll just give a quick whip around coverage of what happened on the Diamond today. Final game so far: Tampa Bay and Boston. Boston not doing too well this season, but they won 8-5. As mentioned earlier, the White Sox and Tigers had a wild game that ended in the 10th inning. White Sox won 2-1. The Nationals continue their tankathon as the Phillies get a 4-2 win.
Yeah, and then
the Texas Rangers continue to somehow do well. They win 16-6 over the Mariners. Everybody's favorite joke out of Pittsburgh, the Pirates, won 4-3 against the Cardinals. They've been winning. What? The Astros continue to gain on that division lead with a 9-6 win over the Angels for Ohtani. Colorado Rockies continue their fight for a 500 ball
check.
club with a 6-4 win over the Kansas City Royals. The
Buffalo
Brewers continue
retains.
to make
Fresh 30. Fans are throwing beach balls all over the place.
The Brewers continue to maintain their division lead, 10-8 over the Reds. The Athletics continue their well-sculpted tank with a 12-1 loss against the Marlins, and the Mets lost to the Blue Jays 2-1. Active games going on right now. We have the Yankees and Dodgers, the marquee matchup. Yankees lead 2-1 after 2. The Rays
and Colorado ties it.
The Rays and Red Sox are tied at 1 at top of the 6th. The Guardians are tied against the Twins, top of the 3rd. And the later games tonight, after we're probably off the air, the Orioles will be in San Francisco, take on the Giants. The Braves will travel to Chase Field, take on the Diamondbacks. And the Cubs will take on the slumping Padres. That's at 10-10.
So I will say in the ECHL, it's also a 2-3-2. Referees were announced for both the Kelly Cup Finals and the Stanley Cup Finals. 5 officials per each. So I will start with the Kelly Cup. The Kelly Cup has Nolan Breuer, who's reffing his second Kelly Cup Finals. Logan Gruel, who's his first. Sam Heidemann, who is reffing his first. John Lindner, who's reffing his first.
Save Dylan Ward.
And Alex Normandin, who is reffing his fourth. For the linesmen, you have Brady Fagan. He's reffing his third. Chad Fuller, who's reffing his second. Brandon Grillo, who's reffing his first. Matthew Heinen, who's reffing his first. And Christopher Williams, who's reffing his fourth. This is a rematch of the Kelly Cup Final, which Idaho won in 5 games back in 2004. Game 1 is tonight at 9:10, with Game 2 being tomorrow night at 6:10. And Game 3, both in Idaho. Game 3 will be in Florida on Wednesday night at 7:30. Game 4 on Friday night in Florida at 7:30. Game 5, if necessary, will be next Saturday at Florida. That will be at 7 p.m. Game 6, if necessary, will be Tuesday, June 13th at Idaho. And Game 7, Wednesday, June 14th at Idaho. If necessary, both of those puck drops are at 9:10. As for your officials working the Stanley Cup Final in the NHL, Steve Kazari will be reffing his 4th finals. Wes McCauley already mentioned he's reffing his 10th. Dan O'Rourke already mentioned he's reffing his 6th. Chris Rooney, he's reffing his 6th. And Kelly Sutherland, he'll be reffing his 10th. Out from the conference finals is Trevor Hansen, John Hilbert, and Chris Lee. Linesman is Steve Barton. He's on the lines for his 3rd final. Scott Sherry, he's on the lines for his 5th. Brad Kovacic, he's on the lines for his 5th. Keel Murchison, he's on the lines for his 3rd. And Johnny Murray, he's on the lines for his 6th. Out from the conference finals is David Brisebois, Matt McPherson, and Bevan Mills. There are no standby refs and linesmen in the Cup Finals. There are, but they're only in the pool of officials selected to work. And also, officials will no longer be paired up. You'll get different pairings of refs every night, but all bets are off for Game 7 when the rotation gets thrown out in favor of the 4 best officials. So Macaulay O'Rourke is the only pairing that made it in. Chris Rooney is the only American-born official moving to the Cup Final. Macaulay, Rooney, and Sutherland are returning from last year's finals. O'Rourke's last trip was in 2021, and Kazari's most recent final appearance was in the bubble in 2020. Hansen and Hilbert neither advanced. They had solid postseasons according to scouting the refs. Hilbert were last year's Cup Finals, while Hansen was looking to make his final debut. And also linesman David Brisebois and Mac McPherson, who both were on the lines during that Panthers-Hurricanes game. I believe that was Game 2. That was Game 2, which had 2 goals overturned for offside challenges. Neither of those 2 moved on to the Cup Finals. Referees selected to work the Cup Finals have tackled on an additional $108,000 this postseason, with Cup Finals linesmen earning an additional $69,000. And it says this after $69,000 on scouting the refs. Nice.
Nice.
Hey, Fireball.
Emergency! I can't find
Fireball.
I can't find Douglas. I've been rearranging furniture as I've been doing spring cleaning and
Hey,
watching my
Help.
golf.
You coming in?
All right.
You can't.
Buffalo saved by Dylan Ward.
Well, when we do go over to playback, we won't really be
You're at
talking
work.
about the lacrosse game.
You mean what'd you say, Jonesy?
What?
We won't be talking about the lacrosse game once the game actually
So
starts.
you're
Go to playback.
Well,
so
I
you're at
will
work, so you won't be able to watch the game.
I will be giving up because you know what? I'm watching both games.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
My
All right. So just figured because I was trying to look for somebody who could work the scoreboard while we were on playback. So
I'm watching both
that's why I called.
games.
Yep.
Where is my Douglas?
Something else to make
Oh, call up a logical.
Also,
He's
one
watching
more thing.
NOL right now.
Oh.
I am too. Also, for another piece.
Why is
No,
everyone
he's not
being
doing.
NOL?
He's not doing an NOL stream. He's just watching the game.
Never mind, I found Douglas.
It's the final game of the season. Like this is it. This is it.
Kirby,
It's
what's the score?
1-1.
So Michael Buffer is going to be introducing, I guess, both teams tonight because he just posted a selfie saying that he's at T-Mobile Arena.
Long range shot.
I finally found
Not
Douglas.
safe for a shot clock. Also, in other news, Manchester City won the FA Cup 2-1 over Manchester United.
Manchester United choked, I heard.
Yeah, they kind of De Gea kind of sold.
Has there been any?
How did they give old man De Gea the top goaltender and the Premier League award?
United's defense is really good.
Question: has there been any parity
he's
in the Premier League?
He's literally one of the costliest goalkeepers in the league in terms of giving up goals.
I'll stick to the MLS. Thank you.
Also, it's weird because the goalkeeper that actually saved the most goals above expected was Arsenal's former goalkeeper who now plays at Fulham.
Oh yeah, Arsenal choked the Premier League away.
Hold on. I'm going to correct you on that. They were never going to maintain that. It wasn't going to happen. Go back and watch the 2 games of Team Brighton again in Nottingham. They had nothing left. They were basically a car without its rims.
It sucks because Arsenal ended up giving Manchester City 2 Premier League titles this year. One in real life, and then they won by default in the Ted Lasso universe, which sucks. I wanted that series to end with Richmond winning it all. Spoilers, by the way, if you've not seen the final episode. I don't know how their game ended, the Richmond one, but I do know that it didn't matter because Man City won the Premier League in their universe.
It doesn't matter.
Why does Manchester City have to ruin everything?
It doesn't matter.
They're
gonna have it home that the Premier League has absolutely no parity. Manchester City has won the 5 out of the last 6 championships.
Can we go back to the 90s and 2000s when they were relegated out of the Premier League and
Hold on.
While in the last 6 MLS seasons, there has been a different winner every season.
Okay, yeah, but do you not understand that MLS players suck?
Also, I want to add to something here. It's likely Manchester City is going to have a lot of those titles taken away.
Oh, really?
Wow. Yeah, you're not. A lot of you might not be familiar with the whole financial fair play scandal they've got going on right now.
Oh, I've heard about that.
So basically, a lot of it's somewhat, but kind of, sort of the same bullshit Barcelona's going through right now, and Juventus.
This is what happens when you try to use blood money.
Saved by these goalkeepers aren't letting shit in right now.
Okay, one other note we have to make, because this was brought up a lot. Interesting decision by the Florida Panthers to put the Stanley Cup logo right next to where they have the C or the A.
Vegas did it as well.
To be fair, Vegas did it as well because they both have.
That was an NHL ordered decision because of the jersey ads.
And did that go wide or was that saved?
Mr. Bettman, please get rid of the jersey ads. Mr. Bettman, please get rid of the jersey ads.
All I'm gonna say is they don't really look too horrible, and everybody in the U.S. and Canada believes when they see the jersey ads that we're playing in goddamn Europe with all their fucking jersey ad bullshit.
At least it's not the billboards.
I want to see a team that I have absolutely no idea what the fuck they're. I want to see a team that I've never heard of win the Premier League we had it
happen in 2016.
That's the thing.
Leicester.
Yeah, whom just got relegated.
They immediately get.
No, within a few years, actually.
Speaking of
They'll
stuff
be back
that
next
hasn't
year.
happened in a long time. Just another note before we go live. For Florida, this is their second trip to the Stanley Cup Finals.
This is both teams'
their first in 27 years. Last time they were here, they faced the juggernaut Colorado Avalanche.
They got
with Patrick Waugh, Joe Sakic, Pierre Forsberg, Huey Krupp, and the legendary Sandis Ojelynch. They were swept. On the other side, for Vegas, this is their first trip to the Cup Finals since 2018. Can you believe it has been 5 years?
They're playing a kind of similar opponent too in the final when you think about it.
And not only that, but for Vegas, the only other time they were here was in their inaugural season. That ended with Alex Ovechkin getting his first Stanley Cup. That's aside the point.
Speaking of Ovechkin,
the quickest expansion team to win a championship in North America was the Chicago Fire. Actually tied.
MLS?
Actually tied. They're tied with Atlanta United. I forgot Atlanta did it in year 2 as well.
Yeah, Atlanta
MLS
in the major in the Big Five. Actually, no, Atlanta United. No, in the other 4 of the Big Five,
it's Big 4.
Next quickest would have been the Arizona Diamondbacks.
So what do we think happens with the Coyotes? I think they have to move. I think
they can find some land in Mesa. It is there. There's plenty of land they can get in Mesa.
Problem is,
or they can get into the Footprint Center because the Suns have a new owner, or they can get somewhere close to downtown Phoenix, a plot of land. That's your 3 options, or you can move the team down to Tucson, where the AHL team is, and buy a plot of land there. If you can't get any of that done, then Arizona, you are moving to Houston.
Speaking of Alex Ovechkin.
Or Salt Lake City. So Bill Daly did say in a press conference today before Game 1 that they have received information about Salt Lake City and Ryan Smith's interest in getting a team.
Speaking of Ovechkin, he is within 72 goals of Gretzky's all-time goals record.
He won't get it next year. He'll get it early the season after.
I'll wrap this up on the Coyotes by saying this: they are the epitome of the sunken cost fallacy. So unless you give Bettman enough reason to realize all this money he keeps shoveling in does not produce a dozen Austin Matthews, they will stay in Arizona. Now, Duck, what you got?
Oh, we're gonna go to
So the link to playback is right here. It's going to be Panthers, Golden Knights, Game 1 on TNT. It's our playback debut. I'm going to be starting the stream right now, as a matter of fact. I'm going to show the scoreboard here shortly. So, guys, get on out of the studio. Join me in playback.
All right.
Hop on out. I'll see you guys there shortly.
Hold on. Playback.
Put the link in the private chat so I can just click that.
Yeah. I'll put it there too.
Good.
All right. Zep, are you in?
No, but I'll have to sign in and get an account.
All right.
But also, we're still live, so you know.
Yeah, we know.
Hold
We're gonna
on.
try to get someone to stay here to do the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's gonna be me. I want to get in. Let me get in, you dummy. There we are. Start stage. Enable camera. Allow. What do you mean camera permission denied?
And meanwhile, everybody, so that doesn't forget, we will be hopping over to playback.tv. If you don't have an account, please sign up and join us. I do not, so I'm going to have to do that.
All right. We'll go ahead and head on out.
2, 1.
Dip.
I say these people need a little anger management.
Whopper, 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 Junior, Double, Triple, Whopper, Impossible or Bacon Whopper, I rule this day. And BK, have it your way.
Thank you.